Live from the heart of Baylor Bear Country, the most comprehensive pregame coverage. This is Game Day Live, powered by Sikkim 365 and KWTX News 10.
And here we go on a Saturday morning, late morning. Good morning. David Smoak with Paul Catalina and Craig Smoak. This is Game Day Live. We'll hear live in a moment from Chad Botharine. He's in Manhattan, Kansas at Bill Snyder Family Stadium for the game between Baylor and K-State. We'll also check into some Big 12 scores, top 25. The Jim Harbaugh news in Penn State, Michigan have kicked off too. But Craig Smoak and Paul Catalina, all of us who predicted this game, I can't imagine unless K-State just turns it over 5 times, and Baylor hasn't really done that to force that much, that Baylor has a chance. Sorry to start with this, but chance to win this game today.
It's hard to see the way that those dominoes all fall in the right area for them to do it, because Kansas State can run the ball and they can stop the run very well. Baylor is the exact opposite of that. So because of those two things, I just don't see it. I just don't see it working out for Baylor, especially since Kansas State has overcome a lot of the things, the dips, the bad things that have happened. Baylor has overcome none of their bad things all year.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 10th game of the season, and nothing's really changed from the beginning of the season. We'll be told in the press conference on Monday or media sessions that, there's slight upgrades here and there and things that are getting better. But it is what it is. This is not a very good football team right now, and they're about to go right into the teeth of what is a very good football program, and the defending Big 12 champions who came off their Big 12 title and have stumbled a few times along the way, but are still very, very good and have beaten up on the teams that are inferior to them. They've stumbled against those that are similar or better, like Texas a couple of weeks ago, but they've also gone and just handled their business against those who are not up to snuff with them. So I would clearly say Baylor's not up to snuff in any way, shape, or form to Kansas State. You don't see any matchups that really favor them at this point. And so, yeah, it's a game that we're starting right off just talking about not being all that optimistic, but we'd be lying to you to come in here and say that, oh, yeah, Baylor's got a great shot to keep it close or they're going to win this game. That just wouldn't be truthful based on everything that we know. It'll take a miracle today, such as multiple turnovers. Anything you can imagine that can go wrong for Kansas State kind of needs to happen today for Baylor to have a chance in my mind.
I agree. One Big 12 game that is underway. Texas Tech, they need to win 2 more games to get to be bowl eligible. They are on the road in Lawrence against Kansas, who's had a nice run. 10-0 Red Raiders. That game's in the first quarter with 3:24 to go. Texas Tech leads at Kansas early on in that game. Penn State and Michigan. Penn State is first and goal inside the Michigan, 5-yard line. No score in that one. And Craig and I, we were at a high school broadcast last night. I honestly just really never was on Twitter yesterday, Paul. My goodness, the Jim Harbaugh news. And I kept, that's not going to actually happen for game. He is not coaching on the sideline today for Michigan. He has been suspended by the Big Ten. I was stunned that actually that was the decision.
Yeah, and if you didn't think this thing's about to get messier, believe me, it is. Michigan is going to just unleash all unholy legal terror of righteousness on this. Whether they're right or wrong remains to be seen, but the Big Ten took a big bite here in trying to suspend Jim Harbaugh. We weren't able to talk about it on the show yesterday because we did have to pre-record because of all the things we had going on yesterday. So it dropped about 15 minutes into when the show started. So I apologize for not being able to talk about it on the show yesterday, but we're talking about it now. And it is going to be a long-standing problem and issue that not only the Big Ten, but college football is going to have to wrestle with of, did the Big Ten do the right thing here? And here's the thing. This might be the right thing to do, you've got to do something and stand up to rule breakers and all that, but do they have the power to do that right thing? I think is the bigger question based on their bylaws, and that's why this is going to get messier. And if Michigan loses this game today or any game that Jim Harbaugh doesn't coach the rest of the way, as opposed to the other side of the coin of the asterisk around any kind of college football playoff run or Big Ten title in Michigan this year, it's going to be their fans screaming for the rest of time that they were robbed of a chance at a national title because of the Big Ten and due process.
I'm thankful that this took a new turn, an interesting turn, because the whole he said, she said part of it was getting a little bit old, of like, well, yeah, they did all that, and then trying to figure out, what was actually what, as far as, who did what and all of that. Just the circle of just finger pointing got to be really old really quick, and then you insert the lawyers and it gets to be really just kind of a dead story in my mind that's not nearly as interesting to talk about. And then that happens and it adds a whole new juice to the entire saga that, now is very interesting and is very much an on-the-field issue now, because your head coach is no longer a part of the equation. And as Paul, pointed out pretty much every angle there, that's, something that's going to go through the courts, and this is not over by any means. So very interesting new twist that I don't think everybody was expecting, because it's a ballsy move on the part of the Big Ten. Now, ballsy as in stupid or a brilliant move remains to be seen, but there are plenty of people that think it could be either one. And this is not just they made this decision and there's going to be no repercussions. I mean, this is something that they've caused a scar, if nothing else. And, I don't know that means Michigan packs their bags and goes anywhere, because what are they going to do, really? But there's some broken trust now. There's some, broken relationships, I bet you, and there's a lot of ticked off people in Ann Arbor, and, rightfully so. At the same time, they deserve to be under the microscope given what's been kind of out there. And I understand there's a lack of details, but that's why this is so interesting, is that went from 0 to 50 to 25 and then to 100 real quickly. So we're at 100 now, and we'll see where it takes us.
All right, Chad Botharine is in Manhattan at Bill Snyder Family Stadium. Baylor and Kansas State will kick off today at 2 o'clock. And, of course, we will have post-game after that, too, but we'll lead you up until about 1 o'clock. Chad, thank you for your time. Let's start with, obviously, this game looks to be as one-sided that Baylor has played, along with the game earlier this year at home against Texas. If you look at all the X's and O's across the board, check the columns. Your thoughts on today's game, K-State and Baylor?
Hey, guys. Yeah, great to hear from you, as always. I mean, and I agree with you. Y'all started right at the top that there's got to maybe be some type of miracle, or maybe you could call it a huge mistake for Baylor to maybe even have a chance. It hurts to say that, but it's just the truth. This K-State team, they are a well-oiled machine. And the thing that has really kind of intrigued me is, post-game after post-game, we've heard the same thing. It's, that we've seen improvements. We've seen improvements, but at least from my level, at least from my view, it's been really hard to see that on the field. Now, I don't know if that's, just in practice or internally, but unless we see some major changes, it's going to be a pretty tough test. This is a very good Kansas State team that they have today.
Yeah, Chad, you mentioned wild things have to happen. To be optimistic about it from the Baylor side, that means that you can maybe play run all your crazy plays, or empty the playbook, try to block every kick. Something weird's got to happen for them to shift momentum in this game.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Something crazy has to happen. I think, you're asking for a couple defensive touchdowns, like, in that Cincinnati game, something like that, even where, there's a fumble at the goal line, on the kickoff, something like that has to happen for them to have a chance. But the real thing is how long are they going to be able to stay off the field defensively? I know it's probably pretty loud. Hope y'all can still hear me, but, defensively, this Kansas State team's going to run the clock out. And they have a great air game, too. I mean, Will Howard, he's kind of snuck under the radar in terms of his ability to pass the football. He's third in the Big 12 in pass yards, and he's way up there QB rating. So he's an under-the-radar guy, and, they've developed him. I think he has, 30 games started in his career now. So it's going to be hard for Baylor to get off the field. That's their key, and they need to give themselves chances if they want any fighting chance in this one.
Chad, is this your first time in Manhattan, Kansas? If so, what's your kind of impression? And if not, just can you kind of give us a lay of the land?
Yeah, it is my first time. I was in Kansas City earlier this year for the Big 12 tournament. That was great. It's my first time in Manhattan, though. It's I got to be honest, it's a cute little town. It's got some charm to it. This stadium is beautiful, by the way. I think Bill Snyder, they're doing it right over here. It's a beautiful stadium, very, very well built. And, there's a lot of enthusiasm. We were out at a restaurant last night, and, the K-State marching band, they're going all the way through, the main drag downtown Manhattan, and the band is playing inside of restaurants. They were doing that. There's a lot of enthusiasm around this team. So, that kind of tells you there, that this is a team that I think the town is very excited about. And I wouldn't say that everybody in Waco's maybe have the same feeling.
Chad, thank you, man. And what's the weather, the conditions there with the game coming up here in what, 2.5 hours? Anything in particular other than just overcast and chilly?
Oh, yeah, it's chilly. I got some gloves on. I got some hand warmers in my pocket. I'm under some covering right now because it is drizzling a little bit, but I think that's expected to pass along in just a couple hours. So it should be maybe not a lot of sun, but it should be clear enough skies for it to play, no delays or anything. But it's going to be pretty chilly, especially Texas boy like me. I don't experience cold like this a whole lot.
You got a good-looking jacket on, young man. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate your time.
Thank
that
you.
will help a little bit up in Manhattan, Kansas. Bill Snyder Family Stadium, Kansas State. After the what had to be a kick in the gut for them in the loss against Texas and Austin, the way that ended after they were down by 20 at home against Baylor. Baylor's coming off the loss in overtime to Houston. Here is the schedule of what is going on today in college football. And Penn State settled for a field goal in their opening drive, or the drive against Penn State after they got a short field. The scores that we'll update you on: Alabama is up 21-0 at Kentucky. That game is in the first quarter. Jalen Milroe's already thrown for 2 touchdowns and run for 1, too.
Well, I guess Kentucky will only be like number 24 in this week's poll.
Yeah, that's right.
To sweeten up that top 25.
Tulane's up 14-0 in their game. You look at the rest of the schedule. That game between Arizona and Colorado will start at 1. That will be intriguing. Colorado is in a free fall. Arizona's red hot. And in the Big 12 today, Louisville won that game on Thursday, came from behind to beat Virginia. In the Big 12 today, we mentioned earlier that Texas Tech out to an early lead against Kansas. KU is at the Tech 34, and they have just ended the first quarter.
That's going to determine whether Tech goes to a bowl game, this game today, because they'll beat UCF, or at least they should. That's not a guarantee, but I feel okay in assuming that they can win that game. And then at the end of the year, I don't have a lot of confidence in them beating Texas Tech in Austin to close out the year. So you just say that the odds are that they could probably beat UCF and that they probably don't beat Texas. So that means you have one other game, and it's today's game. It's the game here against Kansas on the road, where Texas Tech has not been very good. They went to Waco and won what was that,
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. But, I mean, who hasn't? Who hasn't rolled into Waco except for Long Island, and they even made it a bit of a game. So, yeah, that's not curing your road woes, but it was at least helpful in taking a step forward. But going and winning at Kansas, that would be a whole different ball game for Joey's program, and a huge step forward for them. And then obviously a huge win because they'd be in line to go clinch a bowl game next week. So, that's an important game for them.
And again, Kansas trying to stay involved in that Big 12 race to 7-2 overall, and they've been hot with the win against Oklahoma. And then winning last week. It's a huge game for Lance Leipold and company to try to stay involved, because right now, other than what is Texas and Oklahoma with 1 loss in the conference, there's a chunk that are right behind them with 2.
Oklahoma State has 1 loss, and they've got head-to-head versus Oklahoma. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, they're in a very big situation as well, where they need to win to, hopefully take advantage of, Oklahoma State stumbling or Texas stumbling down the stretch. Yeah, they could have an opportunity if some things go awry, but they have to win today.
5 teams are a game back of Texas and Oklahoma State. 5. KU, Oklahoma, Kansas State, West Virginia, and Iowa State, who still have a heartbeat and maybe more to try to play in Arlington that first weekend in December. This is 365 Sports in the CW and Game Day Live.
Game Day Live, sponsored locally by TFNB, your bank for life, Central Texas Plumbing Solutions, and Centex Roof Systems.
Waco is the heart of Texas, centrally located and home to industry-leading distribution centers like Amazon, Walmart, and Tractor Supply. From Waco, it's easy to get anywhere you want to go. And at Jeff Hunter Toyota, we have the perfect vehicle to get you there, like the new Toyota Tundra, Toyota RAV4, Highlander, and Tacoma. Go where you want to go in a new Toyota. Find yours today at Jeff Hunter Toyota. Toyota quality, Waco values.
Hi, my name is Randy Crook. I'm the president of Waco Goodfellas. Our organization strives to ensure that every kid has a chance to believe in Santa Claus. Over the last 30 years, we've touched the lives of over 5,000 children, each one leaving away with a gift, a smile, and the belief that kindness still exists. This year, we're hoping to raise $10,000 to deliver a piece of Christmas to hundreds of homes across Waco, not only to fill the hearts of the kids, but the family as a whole.
At Dr. Smiley, you're always our top priority. Dr. Lee, Dr. Lim, and the friendly staff are committed to delivering exceptional and professional care in general, family, cosmetic, and emergency dental services. Get $2,699 implant, abutment, crown, 3D CBCT scan, and consultation with IV sedation available. Dr. Smiley accepts Medicaid and most dental insurance. Call Dr. Smiley today at 254-732-2606 and book your appointment now.
Kansas State, Baylor, this is the 21st meeting between the Wildcats and the Bears. And, of course, they started this series when the Big 12 was formed. It is dead even at 10-10. Last time they played in Manhattan, Baylor won. K-State overall 5-4 at home against Baylor. Baylor is 6-5 at home against Kansas State. Last year, that game right there sent Baylor into a tailspin. They were very much involved in maybe playing again for the Big 12 title, or at least had a chance. They had one on the road in Lubbock, one on the road in Norman. They came back home. It was a huge game and absolutely were, well, just hammered by Kansas State 31-3. Baylor has won 8 of 11 despite that. That started what has been over a full year, an entire year tailspin for the Baylor football team.
No, and I do think that last year's game was a bit of a flip in who was who. Baylor's won 8 of those last 11 games, but now that Chris Kleiman has taken over, there's been a shift in the power structure in that rivalry. I mean, I don't want to call it just a rivalry, but in that matchup. And what Kansas State does is just, they beat you with efficiency. And sometimes they are if you're looking for something different and overly innovative, you may not be able to see it with the naked eye with Kansas State and what they do, but they're efficient. They run a 3-3-5 that's different than Iowa State's 3-3-5. They're maybe a little more aggressive with it than Iowa State is. So it's all these different things that they do that Baylor just hasn't grasped yet in the last couple years. And yeah, you're right. That game was like they pushed them off the cliff right then.
Yeah, it was seemed like it was a lot more than 31-3. It seemed like it was about 62-3, the way that game felt in watching it unfold. And McLean Stadium's never been the same since. They rolled in, beat the mess out of Baylor, left no doubts about it. That game was 17-3 at halftime. It felt like a lot bigger of a deficit than that, and they only scored 14 points in the second half. But again, it just felt like it was so much more. 31-3 is not that's a blowout, but it's not how that felt.
It felt like as dominant as you could be. Yeah,
and so they haven't won but one game at home since then. Beat Long Island.
Remember, I asked a question to Dave Randa. They've beaten Long Island. They have not beaten anybody since they had beaten Kansas at home.
And I'm the one that started talking about that originally earlier in the year, and then now it's successfully grown to even more and more and more losses at home. So, yeah, that's where it all started, and I don't really know how to explain how that all started a tailspin, but here we are, and a year later they're playing in Manhattan, and we're expecting way worse than 31-3. So I don't know what that says, about the programs overall. I know for Kansas State, we can talk glowingly about them, and we should. They still have 3 losses on the year.
Yep.
They followed up their Big 12 campaign, brought everybody but Deuce Vaughn back for the most part. I know they lost other guys as well, Malik Knowles and guys like that. But, they are still a very competitive team. Obviously, a loss like the one to Texas was a very close loss. The loss to Missouri was a very close loss. So they're not that far away from being right in the Big 12 title hunt themselves, but this has still been a disappointing year in so many ways, having 3 losses already already at this point. So I'm expecting them after that loss last week, instead of being beat up and maybe limping into this thing or being a little bit downtrodden, I think they'll be ready to go at home and ready to to go and make a statement. And I just hope that for Baylor's sake, they're prepared for that.
Kansas State has 3 losses. They lost at the buzzer on a 61-yard field goal in horrible conditions at Missouri. And Missouri, obviously, we've seen that they're a steady, consistent, at no question, top 25 team. They lost by 8 at Oklahoma State. And then, of course, last week in overtime, they failed after getting inside the 10-yard line on the first play in overtime. So they have had 3 losses, but 3 losses, that's what it shows in the loss column. And Paul, we have mentioned this, Craig, we have mentioned this, unless Kansas State throws up on themselves in some way, or Baylor comes out and they're a completely different team, and there's any evidence that would be the case, is there any chance? What can they possibly do that maybe at least creates some sort of competition today?
I mean, they've got to block kicks. They've got to create turnovers. They've got to do crazy things. They've got to. I know this sounds, and they do this a lot anyway, but you can't end drives with turnovers. You have to, and look, sometimes the K-State offense can move a little slower, so maybe field goals early in this game can be good for you, so you may not have to go for it on every 4th down, at least early in the game when it's manageable. So, but the thing about this Baylor team right now is every week has to be a completely different game plan because they don't have a defensive or offensive identity. So you just have to create something week of that you can match up with the best, and therein lies the biggest problem, in that if you're only doing it for 3 days before you're 4 days before you have to put it in a plan, and it's not bending your system to tweak it, it's just a wholesale rebuild every week. I just don't know how you can beat a team that just is able to do what they do like Kansas State does.
I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in them breaking out trick plays when they did that. They had to do that against Houston to even score their first points last week. What was that? The double reverse flea flicker?
Well, it worked.
I mean, it worked, but, I mean, you're going to run it back? I mean, how many times can you go to the well in a trick play? So, I mean, there's probably going to need to be some of that, but, I mean, you can't rely on trick plays. You can't rely on, just everything chaotic happening, blocking kicks and pick sixes and all. I mean, you need to have some of those things or some combination of those things, but the ultimate question to how can Baylor win this football game or any football game is to play good football. How about executing in the red zone? How about that? When you get down there, how about you don't have a false start penalty on 1st and 5 from the 5-yard line, and that backs you up? How about you catch the football when it comes to you? How about you make your blocks? How about you wrap up and tackle? I mean, those are the types of things that we can talk about, all the other flashier types of plays, but those are the things they don't do well on a surface level, right? So, that other stuff, that's luck, and in some cases creating your own luck, but to give themselves a real chance to win football games, period, they need to be better at the basic stuff, and they're not very good at that. So start there, and then, hope that you get a little bit of luck and breaks along the way. Start there, make Kansas State have to work harder for their drives. Score when you have the opportunity to score and not settle for field goals. And then, keep it close that way, and then, polish it off with some of the other things, maybe a blocked kick or, an interception or something along those lines. Those things can help swing the momentum, but, you still have to make basic football plays, and that's not something they've been consistently good at this year.
When we come back, keys to the game. Also, our conversation with Kansas State senior defensive back Kobe Savage. My conversation with Baylor's head coach, Dave Randa. We'll hear again later in the show from Chad Botherine from Manhattan. This is 365 Sports, the CW, and Game Day Live.
Cars priced right, both day and night. Average your car in Texas. Trucks built for you, red, white, and blue. Average your car in Texas. Cars that zoom with lots of room. Average your car in Texas. Count on us, a dealer to trust. Average your car in Waco, Texas.
pizza, burgers, and Bears football. There's no place around Waco that serves them all other than Bubba's 33. Come show your green and gold and enjoy some of Waco's best food and beverages while watching your favorite team, the Bears. When real Bears fans get hungry, Bubba's 33 is the #1 spot for ice-cold drinks, hand-stretched, stone-baked pizzas, and bacon-infused burgers. Join us for indoor or patio dining. Bubba's 33, Waco's restaurant and proud supporter of Baylor Bears football. Sick 'em, Bears!
It takes time to reach goals. It's a truth that applies to more than sports. It goes for your financial goals as well. You work hard for your money, and you deserve an investment strategy that lines up with your game plan. And Chuck Verno, your Edward Jones financial advisor, can help. If financial investments aren't putting forth the effort you desire, stop by today for a financial review. Chuck Verno, 720 North 64th Street in Waco, 254-732-1161. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
After my first car accident, I feared the biggest damage would be to my wallet. I expected a mountain of bills and a long, drawn-out process. But my Texas Farm Bureau insurance agent was there when I needed her and helped me get back on my feet and in my car in no time. Instead of a hassle, I got reassurance and a quick recovery.
Stop by and see our agents at one of our 3 McLennan County locations.
Coverage and discounts are subject to qualifications and policy terms and may vary by situation.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Game Day Live on Sikkim 365 Radio is brought to you by Richard Carr Buick GMC Cadillac, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, TFNB, your bank for life, 3 Nations Brewing Company, Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness, Edward Jones Advisors, Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, and Bubba's 33.
What up, everybody? Welcome back into Game Day Live. I'm Garrett Ross with today's Keys to the Game presented by Richard Carr Motors. Our first key to today's game is going to be get Richard Reese on the field. This has been something that has really been baffling all year long when you have what it was your returning best offensive playmaker coming back in Richard Reese. He set the freshman rushing record last year for Baylor. And for whatever reason, man, this staff has not been able to get him onto the field. You've had to rely on guys like Dawson Pendergrass and Dominic Richardson in the backfield. And Richard Reese has been really limited. Last week when he was on the field, you got to see the playmaking ability that he possesses as he was able to pick up some good yards. Unfortunately, it was called back on a holding penalty. And that's just kind of been the theme of the year with Richard Reese is when he's gotten out there, Baylor hasn't been able to capitalize on it. The offensive staff did use him last week at the slot receiver position, which was something new. And I like that wrinkle to it. I know that was largely in part because Jordan Neighbors wasn't available. But you've got to find ways to get Richard on the field, whether it is in that manner, using him in the backfield at his traditional running back position and just finding ways to block and open up holes for him. Or we also saw him in the return game last week, which he didn't really do much damage there. But given his skill set and his ability to make big plays, I like that. I would definitely like to see him used more in the kick game, whether it's punts or on kickoffs as well. But when you have a guy like Richard Reese, as talented as he is, you've got to find ways to put him on the field because that's how good teams win. You get the ball in your best playmaker's hands. And for Baylor, their best playmaker has been sitting on the sideline watching them all year long. Up next, it's going to be load the box. When you look at this Kansas State offense, they are really dangerous on the ground. When you got DJ Giddens and those guys running, you also have Will Howard, who is back. And while he does most of his damage through the air, he could definitely use his legs. You got to see that on display last week in Austin. You know, they tried to run him at the end there, and Texas was able to stuff that. But you also have to Avery Johnson. Avery Johnson is super elite athlete. He's getting better through with his passing attack, but where he can really kill you is with his legs. Baylor has got to find a way to slow down this rushing attack for Kansas State. It's going to be very difficult, but you've got to find a way to load the box, just make Kansas State beat you through the air, because if you can't take away their running game, you're going to have no chance at all. And I think the best way to do that is get as many people as close to the line of scrimmage as possible and try to alleviate that at the point of attack. It's going to be a tall task. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be very difficult, but Baylor is going to have to load the box and try to stop Kansas State at the point of attack. Our last key to the game is going to be score touchdowns. This has been an area where Baylor has struggled all year long. Their offense has been really abysmal. The offensive line has not opened up any holes. They haven't really given Blake shape and time. And you're not really going to get much going on the ground this week. And I know if you go back to our first key to the game when I was talking about getting Richard Reese on the field, you've got to get him out in space. I think use him at that slot receiver position, get him in motion. But Baylor is really going to have to try to take the top off against this Wildcat secondary. And that's going to be difficult, man. When you got a ball hawk back there like Kobe Savage, the way Kansas State does, it's going to be tricky. But Baylor has got to find ways to score touchdowns. Last week, they put together a lot of long drives. And they've been doing this all year long. And they just come up empty, man. You try to get into position where you set up for field goals. And while that's kind of been something you were able to bank on all year long, that wasn't the case last week. You had a field goal block. You missed a couple of them as well against Houston. Baylor's got to find ways to get creative in their offensive play calling. They have got to score touchdowns if they want to keep pace with Kansas State, because Kansas State, they're going to score early, they're going to score often, and Baylor cannot just be trying to rely on field goals to keep up with them. Hopefully Baylor can get Keyshawn Jackson back this week. He missed the Houston game after getting knocked out against Iowa State. You've got to find ways to get Monterey Baldwin the ball and not just throw the ball to him behind the line of scrimmage and not block and let him get tackled for a loss. That's not going to work. You got to get your tight ends involved. You've seen Drake Dabney come up big, but he's also had some drops. You had Hawkins Polley, the freshman, come in last week. He got involved as well. He had a costly holding penalty, but that's something you're going to have to live with and overcome. But he was able to show his hands, and as he made that touchdown right there. It's going to be difficult. It really is. But Baylor has got to find a way to score touchdowns, not settle for field goals. And I really think that's going to rely on taking the top off as Kansas State comes up and eliminates the run. That's going to do it for today's Keys to the Game. We'll be back with more Game Day Live right after this.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly, getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.
So before I came to Dr. Thrasher, my teeth were awful. They were ugly, they were yellow, they just looked nasty. I came here and Dr. Thrasher fixed them. They're gorgeous. I love to smile in my pictures and show them off to everybody. I just love them.
Well, I feel terrific. I mean, it's what I live for in dentistry, is to be able to have an impact on somebody's life, to make their life better.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly, getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.
KWTX Be Remarkable is sponsored by Daniel Stark.
Kansas State defensive back Kobe Savage with me. David Smoak, 365 Sports at a game Saturday in Manhattan, Kansas State, Baylor. How do you clear last week? Have you cleared last week, and your thoughts about the week with Baylor?
Clearing last week, just leaving all out there on Sunday, just get my mind completely up that game, watching the film, talking about it with Coach, getting over that, and then just having a new mindset coming into practice on Monday and throughout this week for the Baylor Bears this week.
How do you avoid looking at what Baylor's record is? And I know that you guys are day by day. I get that, but they're still human. They're 3-6. They haven't played well lately. Your thoughts about what you see from Baylor?
Yeah, I mean, they're a really good road team with 2 Big 12 wins on the road against really good opponents, especially having a great comeback against UCF. I mean, yeah, like you said, taking their record with a grain of salt. I mean, they're still a Big 12 opponent that can come out and on any given Saturday could beat any team if they really wanted to on the road. So, yeah, just taking it to preparation and just get ready for the Bears.
Your thoughts about Blake Shapen, the quarterback for Baylor? Made a big play late in the game against Houston that kept him alive. And they don't throw the ball downfield much, but he is kind of the straw that stirs that drink.
Oh, yeah, definitely a good mobile quarterback that can use his feet if he needs to, if there's any pocket pressure, and can make deep throws, really accurate on the play-action pass. And I feel like overall a really smart quarterback.
Kobe, you have talked with us about your lack of recruitment and teams that never really looked at you enough. And then all of a sudden, here you are as what I call a heck of a player for what you're doing at Kansas State, and probably will be honored at some point as a part of the All Big 12 team. Your thoughts about that chip on your shoulder, is that every day or is that when you play somebody?
Oh, yes, sir. It's every day. Just proving myself right. Not even proving everybody wrong. Just proving myself right about who I assume I am and who I want to be, and the person that I look in the mirror every day and bring out to practice. But, yeah, like I said, just proving myself right each day about who I am.
How beat up are our football players as you get into the month of November? Is it any different than what you felt like in September or even October, or is it just something you get used to with your career?
Yeah, I feel like it is something you get used to, but, I mean, definitely, regardless of how old you are, November is always the toughest, just getting your body feeling to as much of it 100% as you can coming to game day. But, yeah, just getting extra recovery in, massages as much as you can, just those little things to get your body right. But it's definitely going to be beaten up in November.
So, obviously, Saturday was difficult. What was that like? To be so close, to have control of your destiny, and then you don't get it done. And what's been the message this week?
Yeah, it was a lot of emotions going on in that game. It was really exciting to come all the way back from 27-7 with only 4 minutes left in the third quarter in Wade Stadium. But really just, I mean, now we can only control what we can control. I mean, like you said, we were in control of our destiny, which I feel like we still are. We just got to keep our heads down and just focus on what we got today.
All right, so defensively, what you guys are doing, and obviously with what Kansas State does defensively, what is the overall mantra, the rally cry, the mission statement of how you play defense at K-State?
Mob mentality. Like that's what we preach all day, every day. We want to put the mob on film for the whole world to see, whether that's at practice, whether that's during the game, fourth quarter, first quarter. Just trying to go out there with mind on ball. So it's a whole lot of mob mentality out there.
So you play fearless, you play reckless in a controlled way. And that's my next question. How do you play the way you do and yet not be so aggressive and reckless that you miss a play, that you stay within yourself? And was that also hard for you when you first started playing the game at a high level?
Yeah, it definitely was, because I feel like I was very aggressive early on, and I feel like sometimes I still catch myself being too aggressive and maybe missing a play like you were saying. But, yeah, just being aggressive whenever I'm seeing a key or formation or outfit from my offense and knowing what plays I'll get out of that, just being aggressive in all factors of that, and then staying conservative whenever I may not anticipate whatever I'm going to get or something like that. So just making sure I'm knowing what I'm seeing and hitting my fits fast.
What has your experience been with such a great, loyal fan base that's rabid in a good way at Manhattan, Kansas?
It's been really good. I mean, the fans go crazy for us here, show us a lot of love. So, I mean, it's a great fan base that always comes out and sells out every home game that we have and just shows all their love and support on Saturdays for us.
So, Kobe, you've had a great career. It's been a journey for you. How often do you get to reflect back, or do you have time to reflect back on all what you've accomplished, who you've, I guess, say proven wrong, but, kind of the doubters, et cetera, which you discussed with us at Big 12 Media Days? How often do you have a chance to even reflect back on what you've done, or do you have time?
I mean, I think about it here and there with my mom and my dad will talk to me about that, but yeah, like you said, I try not to. I try to just focus on whatever's ahead, just so I can crush more goals and more things that I wrote down for myself to accomplish, and just enjoy the moment that I got right now because I don't want it to go to waste.
What other goals have you not yet accomplished?
Really just being the best version of me. I feel like I haven't put my best football out there. I feel like I played in some great games with some great opponents and done well, but I feel like I still have my best game of football out there.
So, when you do get away from football, which is 24/7 basically as a collegiate student athlete, what are some things that Kobe Savage does to just breathe a little bit different, a little bit just away from the game itself?
Probably just spending time with my little cousins, like throwing the football around, my nieces and nephews, or probably going like fishing with my brother or grandpa or dad. That's probably as human as Kobe Savage gets when it's outside of football. So just either fishing or just playing around with my family.
What fishing on the pond, the lake, just anything in particular? What's your favorite place to fish? And what's the one that you're like, oh my God, this is a massive, whatever it was, a bass or something else?
Ooh, I don't know weight wise, but yeah, definitely bass. I love going fishing for bass and crappie. But yeah, like you said, going to the ponds, going to lakes is probably what I do. A lot of that. I don't go any saltwater or deep sea, but just around the area.
What will it mean for you to close out the rest of the year? There's 3 weeks left. You still have a chance to get back involved because of games you've won. I know there's been a couple you've lost, but what is the mentality? What's been said this week about taking care of business?
Man, we just got to go back to what we've been doing through our preparation and just honing on the details. We don't need to change anything. We just need to keep doing what we're doing, but just at a higher level with a different focus. So, I feel like the mindset's still the same thing, just attacking this week, day by day, winning each day at practice, whether it's from a mental or physical standpoint, so just attacking each day.
If you played the game long enough, my last question, Kobe Savage from Tyler Junior College, now at Kansas State, one heck of a player for Chris Kleiman and company. You've been a part of a lot of great wins and a lot of tough losses. Is that one of the tougher ones you've experienced last Saturday in Austin?
Yeah, it was definitely one of the tougher ones, just being the fact that you won't really get the chance to see him again unless it's like maybe in the Big 12 Championship or maybe like in, I wouldn't even know yet, maybe in the Big 12 Championship game because they're leaving to go to a different conference. So I'd probably say it was tough just based on that aspect.
Kobe Savage, Kansas State, 365 Sports. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Game Day Live, sponsored locally by TFNB, Your Bank for Life, Central Texas Plumbing Solutions, and Centex Roof Systems.
Shelly's business needs to be more efficient, and she heard hybrid meeting would help. She called Asbel Electronics, and we took her vision and created a space that was easy to use and maximized live interaction in the office while fully interacting with customers and remote workers. Pastor Dave wanted to live stream his Sunday services, so he called Asbel Electronics. We implemented technologies that brought the in-church experience to the living room while minimizing volunteers' workflow. Let us make your vision come true. Contact Asbel Electronics for all your professional audio-visual needs.
Carol Weaver here from Waco Mattress Center, your local mattress experts. Our team prides itself on saying no. No fine print, no gimmicks, no hidden costs, no long waits. Our experts will help you find the right mattress that fits your needs. We make you 2 promises. We won't sell you a mattress we wouldn't sleep on, and order by 3, get same-day delivery. You have plenty of options to shop, but why waste your time? Come see us at Waco Mattress Center. Thank you for your business.
Centex Roof Systems has been serving Central Texas and Waco since 1987. Built on old-fashioned family values, core beliefs, and morals, we strive to go above and beyond to make your project run as smoothly as possible. When you call your hometown commercial roofer, you know we'll exceed expectations to provide unique solutions for your roofing needs, payment options, and even insurance claims. Big or small, there's no job that Centex Roof Systems can't handle. Your hometown commercial roofer.
Super chat. We're now joined by J.J. Joe, former Baylor quarterback, Baylor color analyst, every Monday at 4:45. And J.J., I had an interview today with Dave, and he admitted, he goes, I know this is a business. He's such a nice guy. People love him to death. And I know you can't say too much, but, man, things just don't seem to be getting any better.
Nah, it's just one of those seasons, Smoak, and you guys have seen a lot of them, and we're in one. And for some reason, we just, in essence, this team has just had some opportunities, and we just don't have enough to get out of our own way a little bit. And I know Dave knows that, and we've been trying to figure it out for the last, now 9 weeks. And it's just one of those seasons where, at the end of the season, there'll be a lot of evaluation and trying to figure out what's next. And it's going to be a really busy offseason.
JJ, the way that college football world moves is different now. You can't plan to have anybody for more than a year anymore. So you really have to hit fast. I wonder how Baylor approaches that and breaks out of maybe the old way of doing things, because you have to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, and you're right. And everyone's had to learn, right? I'm glad I'm not doing it, but I'll tell you, I think our guys have learned a lot, because it's like all of us, even as a former player, once you have an experience where your guys are competing at the highest level. And I get it. Baylor is not one of these ones, these programs that stack 5-star talent all over the place. But at the same time, you just don't expect the precipitous drop like we've had at such a rapid pace, when really, and I said this to you guys before, where the rules, I felt, broke our way. Whereas you didn't have to wait to recruit a 3 or 4-star after the benefit of a championship. Wait for that young man to develop. And we have a lot of great young talent. You could go get some stop gaps, and it's a totally different ball game. And if you want to participate, you got to go get it.
JJ, that was an interesting game, in some ways. But what stood out? I'll just have you say what stood out to you, because we could talk about a lot of different things. The slow start, the big rally there at the end, which is far too common, but it was at least good to see that fight. Just the execution issues. What stands out to you from that game against Houston?
Yeah, I tell you, it's really just the lack of offensive punch, especially early. I understand we've all talked about all the challenges up front and all that. But really what happened is U of H took a page out of, I would say, Iowa State's playbook, made a decision not to really blitz us too much. Felt they could rely on their front, and they played coverage. That's why Blake was holding the ball so much. I'm just really, even with sometimes guys, our offensive line is not playing well. I'm just amazed at how. First, I still don't get the running back rotation. I'll be honest. I just don't get it. And because I've never seen a situation where guys run one carry and come right out. There's no way. There's not a running back on the face of this planet, I don't think, that would say, yeah, just give me one carry and coach, then I'm ready. No, they need a series. And I just don't think that we've gotten the benefit of the doubt with our runners, at least, against teams that I'm going to ask this question. Was U of H's run defense any better than UCF's, statistic-wise? I would say probably so, but not significantly better.
JJ, they've got a daunting task this week. It is a team that runs the ball really, really well. How do you adjust to that when you know it's just not something you're going to be able to overcome this year? They just not stop the run at all.
Yeah, I think and Coach Kleiman and his staff, they're really good. They showed us that last year when they came to Waco and really took it to us. I think the only thing you can do, they're almost like a single wing team at times, but now they have Will Howard back there, and that young man is he can throw the ball like that. He's much better passing the ball than most K-State quarterbacks, and it's going to be tough because you can't stack on him. If you stack, he's going to get you in the passing game. So it's going to be a really tough one, man, up in Manhattan. And I don't know what the plan is. I couldn't even come up with one against a team like that now can attack you both ways, and they're running the ball well too. Man, it's going to be a long day if we don't come out and play really almost perfect football.
Yeah, JJ, is there anything other than what we mentioned about Shapen? Obviously, Keatron's been out. Cameron's making some catches. How often do you feel like most of the calls to receivers are actually throws within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage or behind it?
Yeah, and I think part of that, Smoak, is because we're just not sure about our offensive line. I think, it's been kind of a working process all year. So I think they shortened the passing game some, and that's really impacted things. I still think you got to take your shots, but, he threw the ball almost 40 times. He got a couple scores out of it. A lot of that was late. I just think it's really a function of the fact that we do have trouble protecting him. And the good thing I thought is he wasn't wearing a knee brace this week. So that tells me he's close to 100%, and he showed that. But right now I think it's just a function of where we are up front.
Thank you for your time, J.J. Joe.
Thanks, guys.
Former Baylor quarterback, Baylor color analyst.
How did Edward Jones become one of the biggest financial service companies in the world? By not acting that way. Financial strategies, one-on-one advice, it's a big difference. And that's why Brad Wilson, your Edward Jones financial advisor, makes sense of investing. Experience the difference for yourself. Brad Wilson, 250 Sharon Drive in Woodway, 254-776-4337. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness on Lakeshore Drive is a premier, elite, life-changing experience where you can change your mind, body, and soul. Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness offers over 40 group exercise classes every week, including boot camp, indoor cycling, bars, silver sneakers, and more. If you haven't been to Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness lately, you're missing out on the improvements. New flooring in the weight room floor and locker rooms, new paint and mirrors added to the weight room and group exercise room, and many new machines have been added and arriving constantly on the weight room floor. New free weights, weight machines, TRX, rowing machines, stationary bikes, new treadmills, new ellipticals on the spacious weight room floor. Personal training with Christy London, Randall Corley, Alex Box, and welcome to Nathan Roach, where you will be encouraged and motivated to grow. A kids club included with your membership, plus sauna, whirlpool, and tanning bed. 16 tennis courts plus a beautiful stadium court, and longtime youth tennis pro Britt Coleman and assistant junior Kenna. Adult tennis lessons and clinics with Blake, and the commitment to pickleball with 8 courts and instructor Jody Thurman. Visit the website at wacotennis.com or visit us at Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness next to Hawaiian Falls on Lakeshore Drive in Waco. Three Nations Brewing Company has 16 different beers on draft with a new beer every Friday. It also offers 2 air-conditioned tap rooms, a large indoor beer hall, a second-floor mezzanine offering a great overview of the brewing company and equipment and patio where you can relax under the shade. Plus, you can now experience the new Three Nations Beer Garden Grill on our shaded patio. Grab a cold beer and enjoy a bite from our freshly prepared and delicious menu. Street tacos, quesadillas, freshly cooked burgers and dogs, and veggie burgers too. Nachos and so much more, all prepared and cooked on site. So come visit the award-winning Three Nations Brewing Company on East Vandergrift off I-35 in Carrollton.
Parenting is full of surprises.
You never know what to expect.
So after our son was born, I called my Texas Farm Bureau insurance agent to set up a life insurance policy in case something happened to me.
Sawyer is now 2.
And we'll soon have a sister. There's no one else I would trust with protecting my family.
Stop by and see our agents at one of our 3 McLennan County locations.
Coverage and discounts are subject to qualifications and policy terms and may vary by situation.
In our logo and advertising, we say we are people that you can count on. What does that mean? It starts with providing a quality vehicle and quality service at a fair price. But it also means we do what we say we will do, and we treat people fairly with respect. It starts by hiring great people, good local folks who work hard with a caring attitude. Our employees are the real reason we are people that you can count on. Put us to the test and see for yourself that at Richard Carr Motors, we are people you can count on.
Game Day Live on Sikkim 365 Radio is brought to you by Richard Carr Buick GMC Cadillac, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, TFNB, your bank for life, Three Nations Brewing Company, Waco Regional Tennis and Fitness, Edward Jones Advisors, Ben Erlinson, Chuck Verno, Brad Wilson, and Cam Heathcott, and Bubba's 33.
We're back, Game Day Live. We're going to update some scores for you. Our conversation with Dave Randa, Baylor football coach, on today and the week and the season here coming up in the next segment. So Michigan and Penn State. Michigan had a little bit of a chokehold on it, 14-3, but Penn State with a drive had to convert a fourth and I think 2 or 3, and they score in the quarterback draw, 14-9. I don't know why at least this early you go for 2. I know 14-11, but you missed that. That might be a point or two down the road you might want back.
This is why James Franklin is almost a great coach. He's like right on the precipice of being one of the like super elite coaches in college football, and he's a very, very good coach. But A, you didn't need to go for this. B, there's 29 seconds left in the half, and you had a timeout with you, and you had to run your team back on because they thought you were going to kick it. Well, call a timeout, because what are you going to do with this timeout here? At 29 seconds, why are you taking this one with you? Yeah. Call that good play. If you're going to take this chance, which you may have to against what is probably the best team in the country in Michigan, you know, I get taking it and making it a field goal game because if you can tie that up later on, but why are you taking this time out with you?
Here's the problem now is that eventually you might end up being down 9 instead of 8 or 8 rather than 7. Craig, your thoughts about Michigan has come out despite all the turmoil and the drama without their coach, and they're doing who they have been and what they've been now for the last couple of years.
I'm impressed by, their resiliency, not surprised by their talent level or their ability to hang with Penn State or even be in front of Penn State, but you just wonder when you have the situation that they do off the field, how that affects guys. And to Michigan's credit, they're handling it like it's not even an issue. Up 5 at the half on the road. I think you feel great about where you are if you're the Wolverines, and you just got to, it's them against the world now, whether you agree with that or not. I mean, it very much is for those players. It's them against the world and that staff that's out there with them right now. So they're going to try and win this one for Harbaugh. Got 2 quarters to go, but up 5 at the half on the road, I think is much better than where a lot of other teams would be in that same situation. So it just speaks to how good that they are as a team.
Corum and Edwards have scored running touchdowns for Michigan. Again, 14-9. That game now is at the half. Jalen Milroe. Remember kind of how erratic, and Texas's defense had a lot to do with that in that game in Tuscaloosa. But my goodness, the young man has grown up. He has 185 yards passing, 3 touchdown passes, a touchdown run. Alabama is thumping Kentucky on the road 28-7 second quarter.
I thought Kentucky was going to be a lot better this year. I thought Devin Leary was going to be a lot better than he turned out to be in Liam Cohen's offense. That was a shocker to me. But the fact that Alabama is playing with this kind of confidence after everything early in the season just shows you what kind of a coaching staff they have and how resilient that Nick Saban has built them to be, because they were a mess for a little while, and now I would call them far from a mess. Like, they're far from perfect. They're far from, the high vintage, top shelf Alabama that we've seen, but still, the bottom of the barrel Alabama is still better than the top of the barrel most.
Tried telling that to people, they want to, read the last rites and talk about this or that with Alabama. Saban's losing it. Where's that conversation been here recently? Y'all remember that conversation been going around here recently?
I don't think it has. Invigorated by this, yeah.
But hey, it's year 7 of saying that, so at some point you're going to say it and it's going to remain true. But no, instead, faked you again. So. Yeah, credit to Jalen Milroe. That Texas game was forever ago, though, guy. That was a long time ago, and they played a lot of football since then.
The USF game was, I think, everybody thought, like, that was it. Like, this was their thing. And, I thought it at the time, especially when they held on and won, but Jalen Milroe had an attitude issue, and Nick Saban said, here's how I'm going to solve it. We're going to go out and do this, and I'm going to send a message to every other player on this team,
including
Jalen Milroe, of what I'm willing to do to get you to play ball my way. And then since that point, everything has slowly climbed up the mountain, although not in a fashion, obviously, that Nick Saban would want with all the penalties and silly things that Alabama does from time to time. But bottom line is, like, he's the GOAT for a reason.
28-7, Alabama leads Kentucky with 7 minutes still to go in the second quarter. Also, Tulane 14-10, almost at halftime. They lead Tulsa. That game at one point was 14-0. But this is also one that's caught our attention. Kansas, of course, Jalen Daniels, the quarterback, has been in and out, mostly out this year. Jason Bean still very dangerous because of his running ability. Had the huge win at Oklahoma. He is now injured. Texas Tech must win at least 2 of their 3 to get to a bowl game. And right now, Craig, 10-0 Red Raiders. And they have found a way and maybe gotten a little bit of a break, but they're winning 10-0 at halftime.
I mean, Jalen Daniels is an afterthought at this point. I mean, he's not played hardly at all this year. So, I mean, he's, the whole, is he coming back? I mean, we're way past that at this point. There's 2 games to go in the season, right? I mean, so even if he did, what's going to happen? So, yeah, this has been Jason Bean's team for pretty much the entire season at this point. And Texas Tech is not going to be facing Jason Bean probably the rest of the day, it looks like. He took a big hit, left the game a while back, and they're now having to roll with their third-string quarterback there in Lawrence, which has turned into a little bit of a situation as far as them getting points. Cole Ballard, now the guy pulling the trigger for KU, and led them on a very long drive. But the plays of the game so far, in the way that this is now 10-0 at halftime, are 2 stands by the Texas Tech defense. Kansas had a 10-play, 42-yard drive that Jason Bean was still in on. It's the drive he got hurt and unable to convert on a 4th and 2 at the Texas Tech 31. So Joey McGuire and the Red Raiders defense get a big stop there to stop points. At least you could have gotten a field goal probably out of that. You get nothing. And then they throw a pick, and Kansas goes, listen to this, 18 plays, 93 yards, and they get stuffed at the 1-yard line.
Yeah.
So big-time goal line stand from Tech. They, bowed up and made a big play. So 2 4th-down stops, and it's 10-0 Tech. So that's the story of the game right now.
Yeah, Tech, again, with the need of a win, they're 4-5. They have to get the 6. They have Texas at the end, and so this would be huge for them if they can take care of business on the road against a team that's looked good in Kansas, but right now down 10-0 at halftime, and Lance Leipold has a lot of work to do at halftime with his staff. All right, when we come back, Dave Randa, it's been a tough year. There's no question. They are 3-6 at Kansas State, who's among the best teams in the Big 12, and he alludes a couple of times, even before I brought it up, about understanding the storm around his name because of the disappointing, not just this year, but the end of last year, since the 12-2 year in 2021. That conversation with Baylor head coach Dave Randa next, Game Day Live.
Get our best Black Friday mattress deals now at Du Bois Furniture. Elevate your sleep comfort to a whole new level and save up to $800 on select Stearns & Foster Tempur-Pedic and Sealy adjustable sets now at Du Bois Furniture.
When the sun rises over Central Texas, we know there's work to be done. So if you need to dig, haul, cut, lift, mow, or anything in between, your local Bobcat dealers in Waco and Temple have all the equipment you'll need to get the job done right. We sell, we rent, and we've got parts and service to keep you up and running, no matter where the job takes you. There's work to do. Let's get it done.
When it's your time to start driving, stay focused. Don't let yourself get distracted by your friends, your radio, and especially not your phone. It only takes a moment of distraction to change your life forever. Make a pledge to yourself and your parents. Don't text and drive. Stay focused on the road. It could be the decision that saves your life. This message is brought to you by your friends at Tow King.
A moment of distraction can change your life forever.
Stay focused on the road.
Don't text and drive.
Get our best Black Friday mattress deals now at Du Bois Furniture. Elevate your sleep comfort to a whole new level and save up to $800 on select Stearns & Foster Tempur-Pedic and Sealy adjustable sets now at Du Bois Furniture.
KWTX Skycam Network, sponsored by Ray Broker Air Conditioning.
Baylor football coach Dave Randa with me, David Smoak on 365 Sports. In the post-game Saturday, tough loss, obviously, the way it went down. You mentioned that you kind of had a locker room that was broken. Mm-hmm. How do you fix that? Mm-hmm. How do you, I mean, it's everything's accumulating. So what have you seen since you felt that the locker room, and I get the disappointment.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
There are always just silent forces that are working, whether it's, the expectations not met, life after Baylor football, whether it's NFL prospects, whether it's, I wanted to, or just goals that are not realized, or it could be, I wanted to accomplish this so that I could get in position for this type of money, or any of those things are all real things, and I think are all respected. And so I don't think it's necessarily that those things overtake an individual or overtake a team collectively. I think it's that coaches don't intercede. Don't ask the questions. Don't go there with the players and see what silent forces are at work there. And so I just think that's just really important. The relationships and doubling down on that, and the guys that are struggling, sitting down with them, taking time, and then working to mend the breach. And then from there, we've had a couple lift groups so far today, and there's been a ton of energy. I was down there with Vic just prior to our press conference, and he says, David, it's been great. It's been good. I think today we're going to lighten some of the conditioning work, and we're going to try to have some fun out there, get coaches involved with some of it. And so I think all of that's important when you just feel the burden of college football. It should be fun. And so to try to integrate some of that with still accomplishing which we need to accomplish, and obviously we have a huge test coming up, and so we got to prepare for that. But I think early in this week, if we can do everything we can to make sure that we're all connected, is going to be the most important thing.
You're obviously a very caring man. Everyone thinks you're a great person. And then also the person over player. Where is the balance of that in making sure these are good young men, great young men in the future, and playing football and winning at big-time football?
Yeah, that's a great question. I really think that's it. That is it. And I think that, our ability to do that, to do both, really is going to separate us. And I think it's really going to make us different. And I think that's the challenge, and I feel like we've been able to touch that space and step into that space, but we're certainly not there now, And so I think the difference for me, the improvements that I can make, is to not focus or not have so much focus on just the stuff off the field, and make the guys that are really, really good football players feel like this is not the place for them. And I feel like I can do a better job of that. I feel like I've done that throughout my time here, especially this year. But I think that's also going to take the recruiting, where that fits that type of situation. I think all of those things are important because we want to win, And I think that the mentor coach that was really kind of taking a player from one phase of life to another phase of life. I just think the powers that be with college football is eliminating that person in a lot of ways. And I think it's harder for that guy to survive. There's other things at work that are more that person's subservient to whether it's NIL or it's winning or it's money coming in. And so I think to find a way to where all of that can be balanced and you don't lose your soul in it, where you can give your heart and win, that's what this is all about.
Made me think of a question when the time change occurred over the weekend. The hourglass and sand coming down and that, at the time change. Do you feel any pressure in the clock in making something that there's a sign that this is turning the corner?
I do. Yeah, I do. I think this game's they're all big games, but I think for this year, we have to finish strong. I think we've shown fight. I don't think fight's enough. I think we need wins. you know? And then I think we have to show that off the field that we're battling too. I think when you lose, the talent that you have is liable to be poached, and so we have to fight for the guys that we have. I think the recruits that we have that are committed to us, we have to fight for them because that'll be the same. And then I think for any transfer portal guys that we have with the record, and I'm sure just the storm around my name, we have to fight for that too. And so there's just a fair amount of fighting going on. And I think for us to fight and fight well, there has to be a calm at the center of that storm with each individual that's out in that arena. And that's just, knowing that, knowing who we are, what we represent with Baylor, and what type of integrity we need to go out in this space for. Because I think all of it is, I think some of college football, I love other parts of college football, I don't want to be a part of. And so for us to fight the fight but not be of it is really what's ahead of us. And I invite that, and I know that that's where we're at, and our staff does too.
How important is it for you to fix this, but also make sure you have the opportunity to fix this?
No, it's important. I think, I love this team. I love our guys. I really do. And I think there can be, I think it was your first question or your second question, there can be some additions to the team that will make it a more complete team. And I think we all have to be more open to that. And we're certainly on a path to do that. But I would want it to be to where, we're winning at a high level. I'm taking school seriously. I can see my everyday life growing my faith, not just on Sundays, but on Saturdays and Wednesdays and Tuesdays. I can see my faith. I can see the spring inside of me. And so I just think I think that to have all of that and to have a winner in major college football is what my dream would be. And so to work to do that is way strong in me.
You mentioned the storm around your name. Mm-hmm. In 2021, best season in the history of Baylor football. You signed an extension. You earned that. Everybody was worried probably that you might go somewhere else with all the jobs that were opened up. Do people forget that your loyalty to Baylor, is that even in play here?
No, I don't think so. I think it's all of this is a business. And I think it's, I think there was a point, I think it was the Big 12 media days where we were talking, mm-hmm. and we talked about to care and not to care. And it's one of my favorite poems. It's T.S. Eliot. And, even among these rocks, to rest in his will. And so I just think to care and not to care is that I understand that it's a business. I understand that you're only as good as your last win, or you're only as bad as your last loss, and to fully accept that, but then to not kind of get drowned out with all of the negative that comes with that, but just to accept it for it. This is what it is, and to really, for me, is to work on myself through that, so that I can be better, not only on the field but off too. Is kind of the journey that I'm on, and I try to take the team and staff with me for sure, but I don't know, to not get caught up in it, but it is a business, and it's a game of winning, and we haven't done enough of it.
Got two more questions, if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. That day you spoke with us was a week that was brutal. Mm-hmm. You lost your father. Mm-hmm. I know you've leaned on other former coaches along the way, and this has been a tough year. Who are you leaning on, Dave, right now?
I probably could use more to lean on. Yeah. I pray a lot. I have a lot of. There's quiet times in the morning for me where I can, I can get the stuff that needs to come out, and then I can rest where I need to rest and kind of have a perspective for the day. Because it's very, today's a good example. I get here in the morning and I'm walking and there's people coming in. They're all looking to see, okay,
what kind of mood's he in?
Mm-hmm. And so you feel that. And I think the test for me with that is that I don't want to act, I don't want to try. I don't want to know that's happening and try to be something that I'm not. I want it to be real, And so that just takes work. And so I think the quiet time can help you do that, because I think it centers you for all that's coming in your day.
Last thing, you and I have spoken about NIL, and you can't say much about it, but Baylor's trying to figure that out, or the others, GXG, whoever else. Mm-hmm. Have you been given everything you need to succeed here?
That's a good question. I know that our anticipation is, and I think is one of the things that probably comes out of a season like this, is that we're probably going to be more aggressive in that area. And I think some of that just goes to just you probably don't know until you know. And I'm speaking of myself more than anybody. Speaking of myself, because I have not been one, banging on the door saying, hey, need this, need that. And so this is something that I think, it's the state of college football. I think you can look around the country. I think you can look at, there's other teams that were maybe somewhat similar to us, and I don't think their record's exactly like us, but I think there's some similarities there, and I just think it's a part of it. And I think, for me, the acknowledgement of we have to be aggressive in that area, and I think our players deserve it, and so we're looking forward to venturing out into that space, and that's going to start pretty soon.
Dave Randa, Baylor football coach on 365 Sports.
Game Day Live, sponsored locally by TFNB, Your Bank for Life, Central Texas Plumbing Solutions, and Centex Roof Systems.
Hi, my name is Randy Crook. I'm the president of Waco Goodfellas. Our organization strives to ensure that every kid has a chance to believe in Santa Claus. Over the last 30 years, we've touched the lives of over 5,000 children, each one leaving away with a gift, a smile, and the belief that kindness still exists. This year, we're hoping to raise $10,000 to deliver a piece of Christmas to hundreds of homes across Waco, not only to fill the hearts of the kids, but the family as a whole.
Hail damage to your roof can be costly to your home, so why not protect yourself now? Get your roof repaired or replaced by Central Texas's most trusted roofer, Centex Roof Systems. Our team will evaluate your damage and get you a quote fast, so we can repair your roof quickly and efficiently. After the storm, call the name you can trust. Call Centex Roof Systems today for your quote, or visit us online at centexrs.com. Your hometown roofer, Centex Roof Systems. God bless Texas.
Hey folks, Derek Scott here with Jim Turner Chevrolet. I would like to thank everyone that supports the JTC family and let you know that our family values your business. Our new inventory is growing daily and used inventory is stacking high. So come find new roads at Jim Turner Chevrolet and give us the opportunity to earn your business with transparency and zero hidden fees. So give us a call, 840-3261 or 24/7 at turnerchevy.com. And remember folks, we're just a heartbeat away in McGregor. We'll treat you like family.
Craig Smoak, Paul Catalina, I'm David Smoak. This is Game Day Live. Garrett Ross also in studio with us. And we'll check back with Chad Botherine at Kansas State here in just a moment. Texas Tech, Kansas have kicked off third quarter. KU with the ball, stopping Texas Tech, forcing a punt, but their own 10-yard line, they have just not been able to move the ball, trailing 10-0.
Yeah, they have. They got stopped on 4th down at the 1-yard line and got turned away in field goal territory as well. So they've been able to move the football. It's just that they've been rejected by the Texas Tech defense, to the Red Raiders' credit.
Michigan is 14-9. They have the ball to start the third. Penn State has the ball to start the third quarter right now, 14-9. That is the score there. And so there we are with a couple of the games of interest to start this particular game. Kansas is 132 yards, Tech 158, 10-0 Red Raiders lead that game as they are early in the third quarter. Chad Botherine, I saw the weather, lower 50s, 8-mile-an-hour winds, and rain. Maybe just a light rain. Chad, tell us what it's like in Manhattan, Kansas right now.
Hey, guys. Yeah, the stadium's filling up. We're about, maybe an hour and a half, a little less before kickoff. And, student section, you can kind of see it right behind me. Maybe you can make that out. But, it's almost full. So there are people showing up. The rain started to die down a little bit, so I don't think it's too much of a factor. But it's a good old Midwestern day in November. It's overcast, cloudy, but it's going to be cold. So it's going to be a cold environment.
Do you think that even if the drizzle stops, that will still maybe affect the game, that'll still be damp and could make it a little difficult to do what either team wants to do, or is it just not really that bad?
It's not really that bad right now. It could maybe affect it. And, when you talk about, Baylor's attack, that could maybe mean that, they have to rely on the run game, which I think we know it's been a struggle. And Kansas State has a spectacular run defense. They can defend that really well. So it could affect it if it gets any worse. To my knowledge, I don't think it's going to. But if it continues to be a little bit damp, if it continues to be a little slippery out there, the ball slips up, things like that, then they may have to resort to the run a little bit more than they want to.
Chad, you're kind of describing it there, a part of this game, but who's a player maybe that you have your eye on, or an element of this game besides what you just mentioned as far as early on? What are you going to be looking for?
Well, I think we talked earlier, they got to get ahead early. They have to set the tone early if they really want anything. I'm looking at Dawson Pendergrass on the Baylor side. If he's been a bright spot for the run game. I know he hasn't had as many touches, but anytime that, Baylor's within, 20, 25-yard line, they hand it off to him. More than likely, he's getting the end zone. We've seen that the last few weeks. He's really emerged. So I've got my eye on him. I don't know how much they're going to throw the ball, but I would have my eye on him. And in terms of offensively, Will Howard, again, quarterback for them. They don't have any necessarily overpowering receivers, but he can make anybody a star. He's just that type of player. So, but in terms of the Baylor side, Dawson, I hope he gets a lot of carries today.
Chad, what was your feel this week? Of course, Dave Randa on Monday, players available on Tuesday not throughout the week, but during the week. Anything new that you heard that made a difference?
I wouldn't say necessarily anything new I maybe heard, but in terms of just the way that this has progressed, it seems like the life has slowly just been sucked out. And obviously this is last chance for a bowl game. And, let's say they do win out 3. It's going to be a tough task, no doubt. But if they win out, then that's brand new life into the program that we really haven't seen all year long, to be quite frank. And so it seems like the life is just not there. Completely. It's harsh to say, but that's just kind of the deal. And if they know how tough this game is going to be, they know that, the benchmark for success could be bowl game, and it's right in front of them, but they have to go 3-0 these next 4 weeks.
Chad Botherine at Manhattan, Kansas, Bill Snyder Family Stadium. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your time. Stay warm, stay dry. He'll have the full coverage on KWTX later on in the day, either Darby Brown or Chad Botherine, no matter where Baylor plays, on the road or home. We appreciate them throughout the year. Next week, of course, Baylor on the road in Fort Worth against TCU. All right, Michigan recovered a Penn State fumble. Quarterback fumbled the ball. Michigan recovers, so they have the ball back. Here we go. I said Baylor, you see upsets in college football. This is not going to be one of them. If I'm wrong, okay, so. But you always hear this is why they play the game. There's also reality. Reality I have is Kansas State 38, Baylor 9. I don't know if that's a field goal, 3 field goals, a touchdown, a missed extra point. I don't know how I get it. A touchdown and a safety. but I think that Kansas State just grinds them in the dust today, and they win easy 38-9.
I was told I undershot my prediction, and I've got to go back. I said 31-10, just, thinking that at some point Baylor might, accidentally score a touchdown, kind of the Monterey Baldwin breaks loose kind of a thing that they've had happen a couple times this year. But I see this being very similar to the Texas Tech game where, they're not going to be able to get in the way of that run game, and they're not going to be able to create one of their own, and Kansas State's going to be able to do pretty much what they want.
Yeah, I don't remember what my prediction was. I had them losing heavy, though, like 45-10, something along those lines, and I had to rationalize. Here's the sad part, guys, of where this situation currently finds itself is not how will Kansas State score like 45 points. I can see that easily. How does Baylor score 10? You know what I mean? Like, that's where we are right now. And
it's 42-13.
Okay,
yeah.
So I gave him 13 points. Wow, I'm going crazy today. No, I mean, in all seriousness, though, I mean that's where they are. It's easy for me to picture Kansas State going up and down the field, whether it's an explosive play, whether it's a grinding drive. I think they'll be able to pretty much do what they want to against the Baylor defense based on what we've seen so far. And then the Baylor offense, I'm having a hard time figuring out, how they're going to score points. Even getting into the red zone, it's not a guarantee of them coming away with points. So kicking has to be better than it's been here recently, where they had special teams player of the week a couple weeks ago, and then last week, 2 weeks ago, missed an extra point. Last week, issues as well.
Yep.
So that has to be better. And they just have to execute. Is Keyshawn Jackson back? I don't think we know that or not, and that would obviously help things in the passing game. But like I said earlier, it's going to come down to you got to start with football plays first. Block, tackle, catch, do those things, and then see where that takes you. But if you don't do those things, like they haven't done those things all that often or often enough, then it's going to be more of the same.
Yeah, Garrett, you gave your keys to the game. Your thoughts today, Baylor and K-State.
Man, I just don't see realistically how Baylor can compete in the trenches against Kansas State. They've struggled all year long against defenses who aren't as talented as the Wildcats are, is keeping Blake Shapen upright. I just don't see them being able to consistently score. If you look at the course of this season, it's been trying to rely on field goals, and that kind of come to a halt last week. I just don't see it happening. I think they're going to have to find a way to come up with some trick plays or some turnovers and special teams TDs, but it's going to be a long day in Manhattan.
I know one thing is that, Dave Randa, who tries at any coach to keep the outside noise out of what's going on, but he himself, even this week, admitted the storm around his name. He's not dumb. He's a very smart man. Now, some can talk about, football-wise, what's happened. It's been a bad run for the last year. He understands it. Do the players understand it? We'll see. The one fourth quarter, late third quarter comeback against UCF has been, along with maybe for about a half against Utah, the only bright spot in this season so far. The win against Cincinnati on the road was nice, but a win that they should have had. All right, Texas Tech has the ball near midfield, forcing KU to punt on their opening drive of the third quarter. 10-0. Red Raiders lead that game against Kansas. Paul, Craig, or final thoughts?
I mean, I give Texas Tech's defense, they made some big plays. I give them a lot of credit. Now, granted, they're playing a third-string quarterback at this point, but, they're in a good position now. 10-0, ball at midfield, middle of the third quarter. Tech in control of this game. We'll see if they can finish it off. That'd obviously be a huge win for them. And I kind of said what I had to say about Baylor. I don't have any final thoughts. I mean, go out there and play football and execute well and see where that takes you. But if you show up and you get off to a slow start, or, Blake Shapen kind of we didn't get off to a slow start last week. We just didn't score. It's like, no, that's a slow start. You didn't score points. Yeah. So can't get off to a slow start or they'll be doomed from the get-go.
LTCM, Sick'em Bears still here, still hopeful. That won't, hopefully just don't lose by 40 or more. Paul, final thoughts. You done?
Yeah, I mean, that's all I got. Just want to say, salute to the veterans. Everybody sitting on this desk up here is a product of one in one way or another, fathers and grandfathers and all that. So salute to our veterans. Thank you for what you've done.
And why I wore this shirt today. For Craig Smoak, for Paul Catalina, for the veterans, Baylor and Kansas State will have post-game following that game in Manhattan. Whatever and however it ends up, Michigan, by the way, is also threatening to take the lead. It's 14-9 they lead, but also adding to the lead, pounding the rock against Penn State. For Garrett Ross, also, thanks to Chad Bothering, CW, KWTX, For Paul Craig, I'm David Smoak. This is Game Day Live.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly. Getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.
Hi, I'm John Proctor with Home Place Interiors. You know, nothing compares to the quality of an area rug to finish your house. Come by and save 50% on all in-stock and special order rugs. Come by Home Place Interiors where quality is affordable.
For all your flooring needs, visit Home Place Interiors at 523 Lake Air Drive, Waco.
Hey folks, Derek Scott here with Jim Turner Chevrolet. I would like to thank everyone that supports the JTC family and let you know that our family values your business. Our new inventory is growing daily and used inventory is stacking high. So come find new roads at Jim Turner Chevrolet and give us the opportunity to earn your business with transparency and zero hidden fees. So give us a call, 840-3261 or 24/7 at turnerchevy.com. And remember folks, we're just a heartbeat away in McGregor. We'll treat you like family.
Central Texas Plumbing Solution is the team you can count on to go the extra mile and resolve your plumbing problems quickly and thoroughly. Getting it done right the first time. So when you need some help before the big game, call Central Texas Plumbing Solutions.